Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Hello. Good morning, chat. How you do? Oh, what's going on here? Are you well rested? Yeah. I'm okay rested, I would say. It seemed like you woke up from purgatory. That's an interesting way to put it. You look half asleep? Yeah, I am half asleep. How's it going today? I'm alright. I'm just a little tired. But that's okay. Chat. Today is not a contention day. So I guess we'll go farm artifacts because I really don't feel like farming ley lines right now. But the question is, do we keep farming this, or do we take a break and go back to the codex domain? Because I need a crit damage Cinder City circlet for my co-op Verisa build. So do I work on my co-op Verisa build or my single player Verisa build? And my Long Night's Oath is really bad right now. Let's work on this instead. Well, yeah. Yeah, let's just do this. My god. Alright, make sure we put her back on on the right set. They give us 16 months, Makuya. Can I get a poggers in the chat? Also, thank you for the 5 gifted, Naked. And thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Has he finished the event story? No. Maybe that's the questing we'll do today. Or maybe we'll do the SKP quest. Or maybe we'll just do some non-quest exploration. Who knows? Who knows? Hero incoming. Sorry, chat. I'm feeling very low energy today.
Rise with the sun. Stop right there. Quick as a flash. Start the light of the blazing sun. It's justice o'clock. Yeah.
We tried using Fab. True. Fab IRL when. What are you waiting for, Zajef? Just use Fab IRL.
Hands where I can see them. Drop your weapon. Controlled breathing. On my mark. Wrath from the skies. Full throttle. It's justice o'clock. Yeah.
Thoughts about the other teams from yesterday? The DBS looks decent because a lot of the co-op calcs I've done were no Farina, no Bennett. 130k in a 4-player co-op team for a team that uses Bennett is pretty bad, actually.
Let's move. Burn it down. Light of the blazing. It's justice o'clock. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's pre-locked. Okay. Pause. Pause. Get crit. Get crit. I'm believing in you. That's not crit. Fuck you. And we give up. Alright.
Rise with the sun. Faster, stronger. Wrath from the skies. It's justice o'clock.
I'm gonna double circlet, and both of them are ass. Crazy.
Justice will prevail. Quick as a flash. On my light of the blazing sun. It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Hurry up, Brassa.
Alright. Last artifact drop of the day. Meh. Alright. Let's take a look at this.
Anger out on some people right now.
This is a Ziox hater video.
You know what? Let me take my anger out on some people right now. I have 57 unbanned requests that I haven't checked in over a year because I don't like checking these. Also, I didn't like vet them, so there might be like some bad shit here, which I won't read out loud. But I want to take my anger out on some people. I'm not gonna go through all of them. I'm just gonna go through a few. And keep in mind, I need to get this out so I can be a positive streamer. You have to take out your anger in healthy ways. So I'm gonna try to take this out healthily. I think this is just a coffee pasta.
Kind of loud.
Whatever. It's been a year. Welcome back. No big walls of copy pasta, please. That's fine. You're back. Her iris looks like a pussy. What? I mean, that being your first message is weird, but it's been a year, so like whatever. But like maybe I mean, no, don't. I mean, I guess it's a first. Yeah, I mean. Wait, I don't know who he's talking about though. That was about Skirk. I don't know. I'll just leave it in. I'll leave him in purgatory. Whoa, looking. Oh, I see. Was memeing? Didn't these kind of jokes aren't allowed? Yeah, no, I don't know. Sorry, buddy. Use whoa fly. Okay, what are you guys doing? Huh? Nev can. Okay, buddy. Use whoa fly. Okay, what are you guys doing? Huh? Nev can. Okay.
No, that should be allowed.
Oh, I've been over this guy.
Like, it's clearly a joke about the fact that Sijuaden drops source water droplets, and people always refer to Navidette absorbing source water droplets as sucking his balls. Like, I would have unbanned that. I would have unbanned that personally. I think that's kind of, I think that yeah. It's contextualized and it's not that bad in context.
Wait, no, I left this guy in purgatory. I remember. Wait, what happened? Wait, why did he that? Wait, what happened, bro? Wait, what happened? Was that at me? I knew that my message won't be posted, but still posted. Okay, I'm sorry. I like watching the streamer, but why did he almost block person on co-op? I mean, I didn't mean it seriously. Just type too negatively. Thanks if you may unban me. I think your profile picture is Roblox, which means you're probably 13, and I think you're too young to be on Twitch. So maybe I shouldn't unban you. It's not. You shouldn't tell people. You shouldn't tell me or people in general to KYS in all caps because they almost blocked someone in co-op. To be fair, you say it all the time. Yeah, but not to people, bro. I say it to like a mob, like an enemy. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna leave them in purgatory. Okay.
What was that? I see. Yeah, that's a yep.
What the fuck is Cinder 6 Nodders 2? Wait, did this person get Google Doc? Google Docky! Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, okay, I don't know, bro. Honestly, just for that emote alone. Okay, why you got, dude?
No, bro is denying an unban request from someone who said ban me and got banned because of that. That's so funny.
Please stop. Hello, at Zayox, have a nice day. Die. At Zayox, you look terrible today. First time message is fucking crazy. By the way, my bad. I was just kidding. Didn't mean to offend you. I joke like this all the time. Okay, but like, you can joke like I wasn't the one that banned you, to be fair. But like, you don't. Okay, I'm gonna unban you. I'm gonna give you a second chance. It's been 8 months. I'm gonna give you a second chance. But I am saying, look, bro, we're not. You can like, I'm not like, okay. When you enter a streamer's chat, they're not immediately your friend. Okay, you can't just type like that.
Yeah, you need to type at least 10 messages. Then the streamer's your friend. You gotta understand how it works here on Twitch.
And you, but I'm gonna type welcome back. Try being a bit more what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I don't want to say presentable, like well-mannered, polite, kind, spread kindness, what am I saying? Spread kindness. I don't know what this means. Roadblocks? I guess someone thought I was promoting my own stream. I was just referencing Zach said he was going to stream Roblox. I'm streaming Roadblocks. I've never streamed anything anyways. Okay, I'm sorry. This was a misfire. I think we thought that you were self-promoting and it's been a misfire, and I didn't check my
8 months ban because of a misfire. That's wild. Oh, that's nasty work.
Request for 8 months, so you've been caught in the crossfire. I'm so sorry. Loper sus 2. However,
I just noticed that this guy's name is 9incher too.
Because it was a first message and it showed first message, first time chatter. That's usually how the bots like advertise or self promo. So they probably thought, yeah, I'm sorry, unlucky, bro. Welcome back. Sorry. Okay. That's a ban. Wait, what is this? Oh, mod comment. Send me a whisper saying, "Can I touch you?" Okay, that is. I almost wanted to write die. I'm not going to. Please don't be weird. Okay, they're banned. Please
Bro is doubling down. All I said was, can I touch you in whispers? No shot, dude.
Just don't be weird. Okay, they're banned. Bro, can you guys be normal? I don't care if you watch animes where the fucking MC is like kissing his sister, okay? We don't do that in the stream. Don't bring that here.
I care. If you're doing that, you're fucking weird. Don't do that. What the hell?
Banning for saying NI is insane? No, you're 12 or you're rage baiting. If you type the start of a slur but act like you didn't type the slur, you're fucking implying the same thing. You fucking idiot. Okay, what? Was not caught by mods because there were none in chat at the time, but typed, can I impregnate you? Directed at Ziox. Okay, what? Dude, this is fucked up because if they were normal, like that's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna ban them. But if they just didn't type that, everything else, they're like a paid chatter. Like, your singing is blessing my ears, you know? Okay, they're not all that good. You're a fun guy. Like, it's good, but then they fucked it up, man. They fucked it up. I haven't used Twitch that much at all before this and didn't know how to act besides my friends. A bit too parasocial, sorry. I mean, it has been 7 months, but also it is weird. Wait, I don't even see that. Wait, where's the message? Was it early? From your balding hairline to your 27% defense vermilion pieces, how I look up to you. Okay, I was gonna say maybe they deserve a second chance, but now you fucking dug your own grave. People being rude to vocalizers was so weird. True. Honestly, they're not even that bad other than that. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna unban, but I'll say, please don't be too parasocial. No weird messages directed at me or anyone, but please keep up the paid chatting. Thank you for your kind words. Well, I guess yeah, I'll just say thank you.
Chat, this here is Ziox saying that he allows misbehavior in his chat as long as you also paid chat and are willing to spend 7 months in vacation.
Yo, who the hell? Kanich is mid. Kanich is mid. He is mid. He is mid. Kanich is mid. Kanich is mid. Kanich is mid. Kanich is mid. Fucking 50 times in one like 10-minute session, and then I banned them, and then they said that was my little brother trolling on chat skull emoji. Okay, first of all, that was not your little brother, that was you. Second of all, he is not mid. Okay, he's not. It's a Jeff's account. Second chance accepted, but please no.
Okay, if he denied the request, I would have gone to his chat right now and unbanned him myself. Alright, Jason did nothing wrong. Sorry, Jason's brother did nothing wrong.
More spam, one message 50 times. It was not your brother, little bro, it was you. Skull emoji. Dude, this is a how. Wait a sec. Wait, I found a how. Nice ban. Jesus has risen, and then they got banned. Nice ban, demon. yo, chill, man, chill. I mean, what the hell, man? Okay. Wait, why did I? This guy is called Nipple Twister 100. They typed Nipple Twister 100. Then I banned them, and their unbanned request is Nipple Twister 100 sad face. Their first message is Zhong Li, and then at Ziox poo poo pee. Okay, this guy is actually 6. Ziox Gyat. Yeah, this guy's fucking 15 years old. Sorry, not even 15. That's disrespectful to 15-year-olds. This guy's like 6. I am a doctor and you are diagnosed with brain rot and skill issue. I suggest a brain MRI and KYS procedure. Bro, you can't, okay, no, listen, you can't come in, shit talk the streamer, and then ask for advice like 2 messages later. Is keeping all characters level 80 a bad idea? Bro, pick a side. Play Black Ops 6. Okay. Sorry. 6-day ban, not funny. I know using the second account to chat again was probably annoying, so sorry about that. But I just wanted to explain. Okay, I don't know what your main account is, but I mean that's not really my concern. Okay. Wait, what? Nice Instaban. Enough said. Wait, this is the same guy. I mean, okay. Is it a bot? Nunu abuser EUNE. League of Legends player. Okay, actually wait, let me. This is a weird message, but it's 99 plus, so maybe they have like
Chat! I just realized this. I'm actually kind of curious. How old is Nunu? Does anyone know? Nunu's like 6? Yeah. League of Legends player Nunu main saying you prefer children. You know what they say about pots and kettles, you know?
like 1,000 messages and they fucked up. Let me see. How do I check their whole logs, bro? 8:35. I can't wait. Okay, this is crazy. You can't be typing this. Like, I'm a person, bro. You don't know me. You can't just type that. But are you a paid chatter? Let me see. Wait, they called me the Jungkook of Genshin. I saw that. I don't know. This is a little parasocial. I don't know. What do you think, chat? 1 to ban, 2 to unban. 1 or 2. I don't really care. It's a bit. This message was weird, or the last one. But okay, there's a lot of more ones. Chat decided. A bit too parasocial. Sorry. Actually, let me read their thing. For context, Zach said they would eat his face cam and I was acting really weird. I'm sorry, Mr. Streamer and mods. I'll think twice before chatting again. Thank you. Fuck!
That's actually reasonable context, you know? Like, there are not a lot of situations that allow for the sentence, I can't wait to be inside of streamer's mouth, to not be that weird, but this is part of that, like, very small subset of context. Like, the streamer did say he was gonna put chat in his mouth, you know? Like, you were inviting those comments.
Okay, that makes things a bit, I don't know, man. Okay, fine. Good apology, no parasocial or being weird to me, thank you. You can't just go into a streamer's chat and say I want to be in your mouth. You can't type that. You will get arrested if it's a real person, so I have to ban you here, okay? What the fuck is this? Glad you apologized and saw the error of your ways. I appreciate it. Unbanned. If not, that's fine. Thanks. I'm good. Fuck you. Okay. Okay. I mean, what? Okay. Honestly, bro, I'm gonna say something, but you guys won't like what I'm gonna say. You can unban this now. I banned because, okay, story spoilers. Okay, but I do hate spoilers. I will say, I'm gonna. Can I be honest though? I'm entering my era of, like, if you have a character and then like one of their like body parts or something about them in their name, your days are numbered. Cause your days are numbered. 07. What about Ganyu NSFW? That's not a part of
Grizzly right nut. He's talking about you. Dr. Ratio's rubber duck. Wait, that's such a good name. That's actually a good name. Well, okay. It would be a good name if it wasn't about Dr. Ratio. Why can't it be about a character that's actually like likable or something? Because he's hot? Okay, but like, is he the only hot character in the whole world? Out of all of the hot characters in the world, why do you choose the one that acts like he has never had a social interaction in his life? I like intelligent men. Well... Is he actually intelligent? Wait, actually, if you like intelligent men, what the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing here, little bro? Bro took himself down with a friendly fire. I mean, yeah. It is what it is, man.
Purple strand of hair? What, that
You know how to do Excel? You're pretty smart. True. Real. The Excel makes the man, as they say. He's a freak in the sheets, you know? Sorry.
That's a good chatter. Most of them aren't good chatters, though. Al-Haytham's pregnancy test is a good chatter as well. I don't know. What do we think, chat? Ban or unban? Okay, they'll stay in purgatory.
There's social/emotional intelligence and conventional intelligence. I don't know anything about doctor ratio, just adding input. Okay, I think personally, okay, my belief is that the perception as intelligence as this thing that's separated between emotional intelligence and conventional intelligence is massive cope created by losers that are good at school, okay? And I say that as a loser who was good at school, alright? Like, no, buddy. You're not just conventionally intelligent. You're an idiot, okay? Being good at school doesn't make you not an idiot, bucko. You're dumb.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's science, though. Yeah, and IQ was widely accepted science 50 years ago. You gotta understand that any sort of science that's rooted in social studies is always going to have so much room for error. It's not now? Well, it depends on how smart you are. If you're smart, you'll understand that IQ is an incredibly shitty metric. Because... How do I explain this? Two-digit IQ gang rise up, one-digit IQ gang rise up. IQ is basically a buzzword? Yeah, it is. Like, IQ as a concept sounds cool and all, but as a measurable metric, isn't real. There's not a single study on IQ that's actually proven to hold up to scrutiny. Not a single one. IQ is vaguely correlated to intelligence. Because IQ tests for ability to recognize certain patterns, but it only tests for some patterns, and if you've already seen those patterns before, they'll be easier to recognize. An IQ test is something you can study for, by the way. IQ tests also are very often associated with language, which means that anyone who speaks a different language as their first language is inherently going to have a massive handicap. So, like, technically, smarter people will generally tend to score better on IQ tests, but there are many smart people that will test poorly and many dumb people that will test well on IQ tests.
I know I shouldn't laugh, but the emoji just, dude's looking extra smashable today.
Are you dumb or something? Sure.
By Queso Booby Milk. I'm good. Honestly, I'm good on that. I'm good. Okay. You can also go fuck yourself.
Just like to make an omelette, you have to cut a few eggs.
No
To
limit,
have a
Chris.
healthy chat, we must
My
own a few
goat.
chatters. Unban requests when.
I'm sorry. He's my favorite Genshin creator, bro. Hello, unban me, bro. You're.
My god.
This is scarier than horror game.
I don't know if Chatter was being serious, but Fang said mods, and I entered kill mode. Honestly, respectable. Although 999 messages is crazy. Oh, what is this? Mod comments 3. Are you talking to yourself? You wrote a message and then you wrote, how the fuck did I say thanks? I meant Thanos, and then you replied cooked. Okay, fair enough. Deny. Delete those videos, get a room, you too. Another chat in the SO saying like ban a process. Sure.
Okay.
Zox, you need to be shot. No offense. Jeff made me do it. No, he didn't.
I did.
Mr. Zox, in 2
I
hours,
did.
will be
I
thrown
did.
off the
It's
roof
true.
of the Pentagon.
It's true. Oh wait, I gotta go and ban them myself.
Didn't. Mr.
It's Mihai Mata. Wait, we gotta check if they're actually a chatter here. Mihai Mata. It's only 3 messages? Last message was a year ago? Maybe they don't deserve the unban then. They're using me as a scapegoat. Yeah, they didn't get the 10 messages that they need for us to initiate a friendship, so I don't think I can defend them.
Mr. Zox, in 2 hours you'll be thrown off the roof of the Pentagon.
Sorry.
We're real for you, man. Fuck them. Oh. Yeah, don't be mean to my friends. Cause you're gonna get I can generally take it unless you type like I don't know, like you're like really weird, but like yeah, don't be mean to my friends in my chat. Or you're gonna get banned. What is this? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys in purgatory. All right, that was pretty good. I got my anger out. The recap of that is 1, stop acting like you're the fucking friend to the streamer if you don't fucking know them, which you don't. 2, stop fucking simping over child characters. That is weird, and you will get banned and ideally thrown in jail. And then 3rd, a few random people just coming in and typing a slur, so don't do.
All right, chat. Undo the stall. We stare. We pound. We zilch. Shock. Oh, okay. Opt in. Irony. Many. Bulb in the kitchen. Like an ink-filled writing tool. Penny. Tiny. Sly? The fuck is Gumbo? Sim? Skinny? Onion? O'Neill. I don't know who the fuck Buck O'Neill is, but that's gotta be a name. Holy. Okay, not bad. This was a 6x5. Let's see the Genshin duel. Kaya. Not a balls day. Tragedy has struck. Nahida. Sumeru, Catalyst, released not long after Nahida. Not Dendro. Who? Oh, Wander? Okay. Okay, nice. Huge. What the fuck is that, dude? Is that Yolon's skill? No. Is that Veresa's skill? No. What the fuck is that triangle? There's no Farazan ability that looks like that. Is that Chilonan? It is. That's supposed to be a skate? I'm so fucking goated. But how? I was trying to think of characters that have this weekly boss. And Fushuan was the first that came to mind. I dig jokes. There's just too much sorrow and resentment in the world. Sure, jokes won't make the world any better, but they don't make it any worse either. Who the fuck digs jokes? Who the fuck would say dig? Who the fuck speaks like this? It's gotta be someone that speaks in a really, like, chill way. Maybe it's Sampo. Maybe it's Boot Hill. Maybe it's Gwynaifen. Fuck. I don't know any. March?
I dig jokes. There's just too much sorrow and resentment in the world. Sure, jokes won't make the world any better, but they don't make it any worse either.
Who the fuck is that? Is there a fucking child other than Hook? This can't be Hook. Maybe it's Tribby? Is that what Tribby sounds like? That's what Sparkle sounds like? No shot! Nah! No! No! That looks like a gun. Unironically, that's Chaska. Oh wait, no, is that not Japard's thing? No. Wait, I know this. I know that I'm supposed to know this. I've seen this before. I've seen this before. Is that Asta? Pain and... That's Arlen, isn't it? I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT! Holy! Why does it look like this? 101 streak. It's easy to get a streak on the ability for the startle because they always give you the ultimate icon. On the Genshin duel, they just put it on the right side up. They don't give you the ultimate icon. Anyways, fire. Who's fire? Your own desire. Angel, wing. Who flies fire? Firefly, maybe. Oh, that was a pretty good one, huh? That was a pretty good one, huh? That was a pretty good one, huh? It's gonna be Sokaku. Yeah. Ellen buffs next patch. Oh wait, actually, what are the Star Rail buffs? Someone give me the rundown on the Star Rail buffs. I have a like link to a Reddit post that has all of them. Thanks. Silverwolf, chance increase doesn't matter. Duration, that's fine. Implanted weakness now prioritizes the first character in the lineup. That's fucking massive. Ult is now AoE. These are all pretty big fucking buffs, aren't they? Is she almost good now? Kafka changes. That's a pretty big buff. So is that. That's really good. Wait, does she only pop shock now? Are they removing the popping of other elements other than shock? Oh, okay. Never mind. I see. I see. They just moved this to the base talent. I see. Okay. What? Wait, these are massive buffs. What the fuck? But Dot was so dog shit that I don't know if it's enough to make it good. But it makes sense. This basically means that they're intending for Kafka to stay part of the Dot core for a while. They're about to release a new one, I see. Blade. Oh, that's huge. That's also pretty good. Wait, actually, no, that doesn't matter. Never mind, I'm an idiot. This doesn't matter. This is okay. Whatever. This is alright. This is alright. This is alright. Wait, is that it? Wait, Blade got fucking ignored. What the hell? Wait, Blade got Omega ignored. What the fuck? Dude, what? That's so cooked. They got a buff from the new characters, I see. Oh shit, they're making Jingliu an HP scaler. Isn't a 150% HP a lot better than 200% attack? Well, that seems pretty alright. Alright. Cool, I guess. So basically, Blade got ignored. Jingliu and Silverwolf got pretty big buffs. And Kafka got a massive buff. Yeah? But Silverwolf was really dogshit to begin with, so the buff is just gonna make her decent. Jingliu, I'm assuming, is okay now, but still not amazing. And Kafka is just gonna depend on how good the other dock units are. The thing about Silverwolf is, like, back when I still followed Star Rail meta, they made every character either implant their own element as weakness or ignore weakness on enemies. Do they still do that? They still do? Yeah, so, like, what the fuck is the point of Silverwolf, then? I feel like if you're not getting the value from the weakness implant, she doesn't do that much. Is a res that matters? Yeah, but, like, if you're using her for res and Death Shred, you also have other options, right? I guess with this, she becomes slightly better than Pilla, maybe? But, like, barely? Yeah, alright. Mono Quantum is back, Copium. You don't even have a reason to do Mono Quantum anymore. The only reason why you wanted to do Mono Quantum for Silverwolf was so that you would guarantee the weakness implant. But you don't need to do Mono Quantum to guarantee it anymore. Like, why the fuck would you play Fushuan when Evantuin exists, you know? And I'm sure there's a lot of other actual good units that are defensive units now. I haven't kept up with Star Rail meta, so... Archer revives Mono Quantum? Oh, does he? I don't know, dude. I don't care that much. Alright, we have enough for one more. Archer is QQ without randomness. Here's the thing, though. If you could literally choose your RNG on QQ, she would still be, like, significantly worse than the current meta units. So, you saying it's QQ without randomness is not a particularly confidence-inspiring statement. Let's just put it that way. Just like Genshin with current island power creep? Oh no, it's a lot worse. It's a lot worse. Way, way worse. something that people often tend to not realize about Star Rail power creep versus Genshin power creep is that for like hyper invested people in Star Rail, they get to mostly ignore defensive units. If they do end up using a defensive units, they can get away with the weaker ones. But for like the general investment, you can't just have strong offensive units, you also need strong defensive units. Otherwise, you're just gonna fucking die. Do you prefer Bond of Life or Night Soul? That's a harder question to answer than you might think. By design, I much prefer Bond of Life. But they really shot the bed with their Bond of Life units. And they didn't really do that much wrong with the Night Soul units, right? Like, Bond of Life is a really cool mechanic, but the only unit that actually functions in an interesting way with Bond of Life is Chlorine. Arlecchino's Bond of Life is stupid as fuck. If you're gonna not make it interact with healing whatsoever, why call it Bond of Life? Like, why? What the fuck is the point? NEI, true. But also, even for Chlorine, why did they make it so her normal attacks give her Bond of Life? Her skill consumes them, and healing is reverted. They should have made it the other way around. They should have made it so that her normal attacks consume Bond of Life, her skill gives you Bond of Life, but it does more damage if you use it without any Bond of Life. And that way they wouldn't have to add a weird, stupid fucking mechanic where healing gives you Bond of Life instead of removing it. Like, there is not a single unit in the game that interacts with Bond of Life in the way that the mechanic is supposed to. There is not a single unit in the game that has Bond of Life as part of their kit that interacts with the Bond of Life with healing to remove it. Not a single one. Even Sijuin doesn't, okay? She doesn't heal to remove it. She heals based off of how much she has. It's dumb. There are weapons and enemies that interact with the Bond of Life mechanic in the way that it's intended to, but not a single unit. Which is stupid as fuck. Anyways, it is what it is. Kind of pisses me off sometimes, but it's okay. Alright, chat, is it time to record the banner review? These are the new skirt combo. Oh, do we have new skirt combos? We'll take a look at that afterwards. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Let me put a stream marker down. Don't forget Chronicled Wish. We already recorded the Chronicled Wish video. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi! To the patch 5.6? 5? 6? 5? 6? So let's try that again. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi! To the patch 5.6 Part 2 banner review. We have a Kinich rerun and a Raiden rerun. No new units here, so my thoughts on all of these units have somewhat settled, but with the potential of co-op becoming more impactful starting next patch, I am going to be talking about some co-op stuff relating to these units. Which means there's going to be a lot of stuff I haven't talked about on YouTube yet. So without further ado, let's talk about Kinich. Kinich is a character who I think is very well balanced.
Glad to be working.
We don't talk about the mailed flower, okay? Just give him a fish, all right? He'll be happy with a fish. All right, cool. So, Kinich is a unit that actually has skill expression in his kit in a way that I personally consider to be impactful, where depending on how good you are at him, he can range from pretty whatever to actually pretty good. One thing I will say for this is even if you're really dog shit at playing him, Kinich is not a bad character. And even if you're the best Kinich player in the world, he's not Mawika, right? So that range of power is not so wide that it'll completely change everything. But it is still pretty big. There's a lot to say about Kinich. And it mostly boils down to his E-mechanics, right?
Get to stay hydrated.
I won't hold you back. Much.
Sure.
When Kinich is in his skill, right, he starts spinning around enemies, and he fills up his Night Soul bar. The Night Soul bar fills up faster when you trigger burning, and when you trigger burning or Virgin, or when you enter the section of the circle that's marked. What that means is that if you go in the right direction, you end up building his Night Soul faster. But also, once his Night Soul bar is filled up,
Target acquired.
right, he can use his skill, and this is the default skill animation, but you can also make it a lot faster if you start holding it and then immediately release it. What that means is that if you go in the right direction and do a short hold on his skill, miss? I don't think I missed. I'm pretty sure that hit. What are you talking about? If you go in the right direction and do a short hold on his skill, he ends up getting his cannon shots out much, much, much faster. You missed? Are you sure I didn't just not crit? It doesn't matter. Whatever. Even if I don't.
I got him cornered.
We got so close to getting a 6 there, holy fuck. So close to a 6, man, holy fuck. We almost got a 6. Oh. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you aggroing him from all the way over here? Alright, buddy, come on. Anyways, the thing though is that his skill duration, assuming you get the skill extension from his burst, ends up being, with animation stuff included, a little bit over 12 seconds. But there's a lot of buffs that have duration that isn't much longer than 12 seconds, or that is shorter than 10 seconds. Or than 12 seconds. For example, Bennett buff is 12 seconds, but it lingers for a little bit, so in practice it's closer to like 14. But what that means is that if you go to Bennett, then go to a different support to set up their buffs too, and then go to Kinich, you might not have the Bennett buff at the end of his uptime. You might lose your Bennett buff on some of your shots. And so it's not just a matter of making sure you get all 5, or if you're incredibly fucking good, all 6 of your cannon shots. It's also a matter of getting it before the buffs run out.
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite.
Anyways. As a general rule, Kenichi's teams, and I'll bring back the Hyper Bloom check and the Navidad check that I talk about every once in a while. Kenichi's teams generally pass the Hyper Bloom check pretty comfortably. His good teams, even with 4 E's, generally pass the Hyper Bloom check. They generally do more damage than a fairly well played Hyper Bloom team. KQ Insider Investment. But they don't really pass the Neuvillette check, right? They don't really out-damage Neuvillette's teams unless you start getting more than 4 Scale Spiker cannons. And even if you do, they don't always pass it, right? And as a quick little reminder, the reason why I use the Hyper Bloom and why I use Hyper Bloom teams and Neuvillette teams as my benchmarks for DPS is because both are incredibly easy to play and straightforward while also being pretty easy to build. And so if a character is harder to play and doesn't pass the Hyper Bloom check, for example, then someone who cares about meta probably will not enjoy their experience playing them, right? Anyways, when it comes to Kinich, while you need to play him really well for him to pass the Neuvillette check, I think it's also important to realize that he ends up using units that are very different from the units that Neuvillette uses. And so he's not directly competing with Neuvillette most of the time, right? he's a unit that really likes attack buffs, so he often competes, instead of with Nebilet, with characters like Maoika. And obviously, there isn't a character in the game as of now that passes the Maoika check, right? So obviously if you're comparing to Maoika, it'll be worse. Here's the thing though. Genshin is moving in a direction with like elemental checks. Back in the early days of Genshin, people talked about pyro carries being incredibly important because the very first Abyss had pyro damage bonus on floor 12 and a bunch of cryo enemies. But after a few patch cycles, they ended up removing ley lines from Abyss, and they only brought them back fairly recently in 5 point something, or in late 4.x, early 5.x, I'm not sure, whatever. They only brought ley lines back recently, but on top of ley lines, they also are introducing bosses with specific interactions that heavily restrict your team building. For example, the Lava Dragon statue is very painful to do with Hydro and Cryo units on your team. The new Escoffier boss, right? The boss that drops Escoffier's material, the second Secret Source Automaton, the Cryo one, is gonna be pretty much impossible to do without a Cryo unit in Abyss, because the Abyss version has 380% resistance if you don't hit it with Cryo. Current Abyss has a pretty big elemental skill dendro damage bonus. That's what Kinich does. And has an enemy that wants you to apply a bunch of pyro while also having pretty high pyro resistance for a good portion of the fight, which means that characters that have a lot of pyro application in their team that are not pyro themselves have an advantage, right? This Abyss is incredibly good for Kinich. And the reality is that they're pretty likely to keep doing this. Not for Kinich specifically, but for characters in general. And so, more and more, getting alternative carries to your strong options can start becoming appealing. But you have a limited amount of Primo Gems, and so the question becomes, which characters should you get? Is Kinich powerful enough that he's worth a consideration as one of your alternative carries? In my opinion, he isn't. Because, at least for now, all of the stuff that, like, all the mechanics that favor the Dendro Burning teams are pretty easy to brute force with Overload teams focused on Electro characters. And those same Electro characters also have good matchups against a bunch of other different things, right? So if all you care about is meta, like 100% meta, you don't care about anything else, I personally don't see that much of a reason to go for Kinich over a character like Verissa, for example. But I don't think he's that far behind, and he's definitely one of the characters you can consider if you want more alternatives. And he's a pretty strong one. I know a lot of people wonder whether Kinich is the best Dendro carry, right? Between Kinich and Alhaitham. And the thing about Alhaitham is that he's kind of a victim of aggravate propaganda. Fischl being as broken as she is in Dendro teams, and Shilonen not shredding Dendro, leaves Quicken teams that are focused on Dendro damage instead of Electro damage with very few good options. Alright, if you know me at all, you'll know I'm one hell of a fucking Yai hater. So when I talk about a team where Yai is actually a reasonable option, you'll know that I mean that the team doesn't have access to good ones, right? And that's how it is with the Quicken teams focused on Dendro damage. Right now, Alhaitham ends up being used, at least in his strongest teams, in Hyper Bloom / Quick Bloom instead of like pure Quicken or Aggravate, despite the fact that his kit is really good for Quicken and Aggravate, right? If you look at what Alhaitham does, he doesn't actually help your Hyper Bloom in any way. He's got direct EM scaling, but he's not triggering Hyper Bloom. He's got sources of damage percent in his kit. He double dips into EM, which makes him have pretty good synergy with Gilded Dreams. And he has really fast Dendro application when he's on a 3-mirror mode. Which means Hytham is effectively kind of tailor-made for Quicken. The problem is, because of Quicken's nature, because of Spread and Aggravate being reactions that don't consume aura, they inherently allow for multiple units to be triggers for the reactions, and so it becomes you become very reliant on having supports that are doing good damage themselves, and you just don't have the greatest options with that for Alhaitham, which leaves him in a situation where he ends up getting more damage from all the Hyper Blooms triggered by your Electro units than from all the aggravates that an Electro unit could trigger. And because we don't have any Electro units that are that great at buffing him, that's what you're choosing from. How does that relate to Kinich? Well, Kinich already has pretty good supports that synergize well with him. And so, right now, I would say that Kinich is pretty comfortably the strongest Dendro carry. But that's with him having supports that work well with him, and Alhaitham not having supports that work well with him. What that means is that I think that Alhaitham is more likely to get stronger teams in the future with new character releases than Kinich is. But at the end of the day, that's all obviously speculative. I'm not fucking Hoyo. I'm not the one deciding what sort of characters they design. And if they don't give a shit about Alhaitham and they don't want to give him new teammates, then they won't, and that'll be that. And Kinich is gonna stay on top. Oh yeah, I gotta hide the co-op disclaimer, you're right. Okay. One of the nice things with Kinich is that he's got some pretty decent early cons and a pretty strong signature, which is another thing that he has over Alhaitham, right? Alhaitham's constellations fucking suck, They're dog shit. They're complete doo-doo. They're very, very bad. If you're someone who really likes Kenichi and you want to use him and you're willing to go for cons or signatures on characters, you actually can make your Kenichi stronger than a C0 Maoika with a few cons. C6 I'll hype him is still weaker than Maoika. Thank you, unknown traveler. But yeah, I don't recommend spending money on this game. You shouldn't. All right, don't spend money on this shit game. But I know that just because I promote free-to-play gameplay, that doesn't mean that whales don't exist. And so I still think it's worth mentioning. Also, if you've been... Oh, actually, my cam is in the perfect spot. You guys can't see that his talent is only level 8 right now. You guys can see the level 1 burst, but that doesn't matter, right? Alright, another nice thing with Kenichi is that his first 3 constellations are all individually pretty decent. Which means that if you end up getting a double Kenichi on a 10 pull, you're not gonna feel like you have to go for C2 like you would if you got fucking Varesa C1 or Raiden C1. It's not gonna feel like you're like almost there. Anyways, last thing I want to talk about for Kenichi before we move on is co-op. So, how good is Kenichi in co-op? He's alright. Kenichi doesn't gain that much from co-op, but that doesn't mean he doesn't gain anything. So if you look at solo Kenichi stuff, and you look at what his teams look like,
Are you running away?
you generally have a few options. But Kenichi's strongest teams, most of the time, end up being Kenichi used with a mix of these 4 supports. Bennett, Emily, Maoika, Yansan. Yansan is complete trash in co-op. She's like arguably the worst character in the game in co-op. So, for the sake of co-op discussion, we can ignore Yansan. And when you look at what Kenichi is doing himself in a team with this, Emily isn't really buffing Kenichi's damage. She's just one of the potential wearers for your Deepwood set. Thank you for the raid. Currently in the middle of recording. But she's just one of your potential holders for a Deepwood set, but if you go co-op, Bennett now becomes a potential holder for Deepwood. So, Emily isn't really necessary in any real way. And while Maoika does buff Kenichi's damage, it's not that much. And that leaves you in a situation where if you end up doing co-op gameplay with Kenichi, even if your 2 slots are different from Emily Maoika, even if you use units that are more focused on their own personal damage, that can capitalize on field time. I mean, I guess Maoika still can capitalize on field time, but if your last slot, instead of Emily, you end up using a different character, you end up using something like Ganyu, you end up using something like Molani, right? Kenichi's damage doesn't really go down. And you now have on-field Maoika damage and Ganyu or Molani or whatever also doing some damage. There's a few different ways that characters get affected by co-op. As a general rule, in co-op, individual carries will do a little bit less damage because since every character can be on field, characters that have off-field presence don't really get much improvement, but characters that only have on-field presence become significantly better. And so most of the time, you'll end up with only one, maybe two units focused on buffs, and 2 or 3 carries, right? Now, because in teams like this one, pretty sure it's on GC Sim, so we can look at the damage distribution. Right? Kenichi is doing a pretty large majority of the team DPS. And he doesn't really lose that much from these from not getting Maoika's buff and Emily being replaced by something else. You end up in a situation where he doesn't lose that much personal DPS, which makes him a just fairly decent co-op character. The problem is that he doesn't really gain anything from co-op either. There's a lot of carries that, when you play them in co-op, actually gain things. For example, Molani, when you're not incredibly fucking sweaty using pyro-infused sucrose burst as your source of elemental application, or only Guoba, or shit like that, Molani is often doing 18-second rotations because of Maoika, or 20-second rotations because of Changeling. In co-op, you get about 9 seconds of skill, then 6 seconds of cooldown, and then you can do another rotation after 15 seconds instead of 18 or 20. And so she outright hits more times in co-op. Ganyu, which I don't have, so I'll use fucking Diona as a placeholder. Ganyu, instead of having to swap out for like 6 seconds or 8 seconds every 20 seconds, gets to stay on field the whole time. So you end up with like double the amount of charge shots. And you end up with significantly more DPS. Because of Kenichi's cooldowns, he doesn't really gain too much from co-op. You can do Sacrificial Greatsword Kenichi, but from what I've looked at, Sac Kenichi, because Sac Greatsword is a lot worse for his personal damage, is honestly pretty comparable to Serpent Spine Kenichi, that uses his E less often. And so in co-op, Kenichi doesn't really gain the ability to do his rotation more often, or do a different rotation, from the fact that he stays on field the whole time. His skill downtime is going to be spent doing Pyro-Infused normal attack from Bennett C6, or physical normal attacks. And it's going to be pretty worthless. But because he's a fairly decent co-op character to begin with, he's still overall pretty solid. One additional thing that's worth mentioning is that Scrolls of Cinder City is like incredibly broken in co-op to the point where you run it on carries. Which means that any carry that is from Natlan already has a major advantage over other characters just because they can use Scroll. That means that in co-op, Kenichi is actually a very competitive option, even in Quicken teams, where he doesn't get any fucking additional scale spiker cannons from the burning. Just because he can be one of the wearers of Cinder City. And his damage isn't awful, either. When you play him in Quicken. Overall, I would say that Kinich, for a co-op character, is pretty average. He's okay. He's not the best, but he's not awful either. But that means that if you're a Kinich main, you will be able to use him in co-op. And if you're a Kinich main who really, really loves Kinich and wants to get cons and or sigs on him, you actually might end up in a situation where Kinich is the best unit you can bring. Next, let's talk about Raiden. Oh boy. So, this Raiden character is like...
Here's how I allocate my...
Raiden is so funny. She's actually so fucking funny. Because she's actually a pretty good character.
Stay close.
But only because of her skill. Only 0.7%. Only 2% of people building fully M? That's fucked up. Oh well. Okay. Raiden has no part of her kit that actually favors Hyper Bloom. Like, directly. Gains Resolve, which makes her burst stronger. Gains Electro damage from ER. And then, I mean, technically, you get to buff your other party members' burst damage bonus. Which isn't awful in Hyper Bloom teams, but... She doesn't really have anything in her kit that directly works well with Hyper Bloom. But her skill has a 25-second duration with a cooldown that's much shorter than the duration, so you won't have any problems with the skill expiring as long as you remember to swap into her every once in a while. And it hits pretty much once every second. And honestly, because we don't have a single Electro character that directly works well with Hyper Bloom, we have a few things that indirectly work pretty okay. For example, Kuki increases her own damage and healing based on her EM. The thing is, the damage increase is nothing. It's the numbers on it are so fucking incredibly small. Like, for comparison, right? 25% of her EM on each hit. We still have Alhaitham open? No, we don't. One mirror proc from Alhaitham is 220 of his EM, and he gets 3 every time his mirrors proc. So it's like 700. He gets 25 per skill proc. Like, we need to realize that this is a cosmetic ability. The healing amount is a little bit nice, but the damage is like pretty much completely cosmetic. But that means that just in terms of damage, we don't actually have a single Electro unit that is good for Hyperbloom. Like, in terms of direct kit mechanics. Which means that the only thing that really matters when it comes to an off-field Electro trigger for Hyperbloom is how often they hit with Electro. And Raiden hits with Electro very often, with really good uptime, and no ER requirements, which means you can build full EM. That means that Raiden is just outright the best Hyperbloom trigger. She doesn't have healing, so sometimes Kuki will be preferable. But just in terms of damage, Raiden is the best. And honestly, it's not really close. Raiden is noticeably better than all the other Electros as an off-field Electro for Hyperbloom. When it comes to stuff outside of Hyperbloom, honestly, Raiden isn't very good. Already when she came out, her best teams relied really heavily on other characters' damage. With Rational having Xiangling do more damage than Raiden. Even the, like, quote-unquote hyper carry Raiden teams had a bunch of damage from Sarah and Kazuha. Nowadays, when you play Raiden as a carry, a lot of people end up using her in overload teams. But in those teams as well, she ends up being less than half the team DPS. And just in terms of damage, she just doesn't really compare with more recent Electro carries. What that means is that if you like Raiden and you want to play her on field with her burst, honestly, you're going to have to accept that your team is going to get carried by Xiangling or by Fischl or by whoever else you end up using. But in Hyperbloom, she actually is pretty good. The problem is, like I have hopefully hammered in enough already, we still don't have an actual dedicated Electro unit for Hyperbloom. Which means that if Hoyo ever decides to release one, Raiden as a Hyperbloom trigger will become a fucking wet noodle in comparison. And that means that if you're thinking of pulling her for Hyperbloom, it's a wish that it'll get invalidated in the future. If you already have Kuki, because Raiden isn't that big of an upgrade over Kuki in Hyperbloom teams, personally, I don't think Raiden is worth going for Hyperbloom. Unless you just really like her, and you're someone who is willing to play her in a Hyperbloom team, as long as she's on your team. What about co-op? Raiden is a unit who, in co-op, bursts at the same frequency, which means that her only real improvement in co-op is her skill. Her skill gets applied to the whole team, which means your skill now procs 4 times as often. Crazy, right? Well, additional skills in co-op only do 20% of the original damage. You only get 60% more skill damage, which is pretty bad. However, her skill has standard ICD, which means it hitting 4 times more often does actually generally translate to about 4 times more electro application. Which makes Raiden in co-op an actually pretty powerful electro applicator. Arguably the fastest electro applicator in the game in co-op. Raiden by herself can almost keep up in terms of electro application with 3 pyro characters attacking at the same time. In a Chevreuse team. And that creates a situation where fully M Raiden is actually a pretty decent option in overload teams in co-op. Doesn't Yai apply Electro faster while on field? Yai's whole kit does not even fucking come close to competing with Raiden's skill in co-op. You need to understand, okay? You get 4 hits per second, which means more than 1 electro application per second. It's really fucking fast, and that's without even including the burst. Fischl Ascension 4 only works on your own active character in co-op, not on other party members. Otherwise, it would have been too nice. We can't have nice things here. Doesn't her E have party ICD? I mean, it's just... all of the E procs share ICD. Anyways, that makes her an actual good, an actual good character if you build her fully M in an overload team. But not quite so good that she's going to be your best option, because generally you will end up having better results if you just use fucking Cinder City Veresa instead. Because like I said, Cinder City's fucking broken in co-op. But she's still pretty decent. And then there's also fucking fully M Razor that also competes. But man, I don't know if I want to talk about fucking co-op fully M Razor in overload teams right now. It's such a funny fucking thing. It makes me laugh. Oh well. Anyways. It's not just in overload teams that she works well in co-op. She's also pretty powerful in Hyperbloom co-op teams. Right? More electro application in a Hyperbloom team means more quicken up time, which means that she herself gets more aggravate procs, but also your dendro carries get more spread procs, but also it hitting at like inconsistent intervals about 4 times per second means that you will be able to trigger Hyperbloom on seeds you generate pretty much as soon as they appear. So you'll pretty much never end up in situations where you trigger Hyperbloom on more than 2 seeds at once, which is where Hyperbloom internal or a Hyperbloom damage ICD comes in and prevents the third one from dealing damage. On top of that, you have more Electro, or you have more Dendro and Hydro application in co-op than you do in single player, so triggering Hyperblooms faster matters a lot. Which makes Raiden an actual pretty solid character for Hyperbloom in co-op. In Quicken, she's fine, but she's not the best. All in all, I also don't think she's all that worth pulling for co-op specifically, but if you like her, she'll actually be able to shine pretty well in co-op, as long as you're playing with people that are willing to build teams that actually work well with her. Yeah, that's pretty much it for her. So now let's talk about the 4 stars. We've got Lynette, Sarah, and Toma. This is not the best 4-star lineup for a banner, but all 4 of these characters have some niche use case. So let's talk about them. Let's start with, let's talk about Lynette first, because she's probably the one with the least amount of niche use case. Lynette is a VV character, which makes her inherently always usable. There is no such thing as a VV character that is going to end up being worthless in a team. Compared to other VV characters, she's not the best. But if you like her, you can always put her on your team instead of another VV, and you won't be losing out on that much. Other than that, if you end up getting Lynette's constellations, mainly her C6, you can use her as a carry, and... Wait, this is not updated for plunge set, is it? Let's do that then. Let's rebalance the crit stats a little. Crit rate equals 0.15, 1.16. Crit damage equal minus 0.32. And what's their set called again? Long Night's Oath. Why is it worse? Yeah, there might be some specific rotation stuff that's making it worse. I can't be bothered though. Whatever. C6 Lynette is not that much worse than Chow as a plunge carry, which is very funny. She is worse, right? But actually, I'm kind of curious about this. If you make Farina C1, is that better? Okay, it's about as good. So, getting Farina's C1 for a Lynette carry team makes it about as good as a Xiao team with Farina C0. So for the same amount of 5 stars, Lynette carry is about as good as Xiao. Which is pretty funny. You know, it's pretty funny. If you are someone who really likes, I know that for some reason there's a lot of people that like really like Lynette. If that's you, you can use her as a plunge carry, and she's pretty decent there actually. Not the best, right? Obviously, she's to begin with, we're comparing her to Shao, not fucking Mawika or Nevilet or even like Vereza or like we're comparing her to Shao, and she's worse than Shao. So don't get your hopes up too high, but she's decent. She's okay. She's workable. Next, let's talk about Toma. Actually, before we do that, co-op Lynette, she's okay. Shannon is dog shit in co-op, so plunge Lynette kind of isn't really a real thing. The highest Lynette teams in the sim are Lynette support ones. That's the highest Lynette carry one. I'm gonna have to scroll forever, won't I? Okay, we got Salad Lynette. That's fucked up. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, she's fine in co-op because she's a VV unit that can be used on field, but she's not the best. Alright, next, we can talk about Toma. Toma is... Toma is a character that doesn't do a lot of damage, and doesn't have particularly great elemental application, but he has a nice shield, and the way that his shield works is very good. There are two main reasons, I guess technically three main reasons why you might want to have a shield. One, it helps you not die. Two, it helps you not get interrupted. And three, it activates any effects that require you to have a shield. But I guess not getting interrupted is an effect that requires you to have a shield, so it's kind of just two, right? Having a shield helps you not die, and having a shield is a requirement for certain things. Toma's shield size overall is pretty big, and even when it gets broken, as long as your burst is still active, it refreshes itself. That means that he's pretty good at doing both of the things that shields are good for. As long as you have a shield of 1 HP, incoming attacks do not interrupt you. You only get interrupted when incoming attacks hit you when you're unshielded. And so, all in all, Toma's actually pretty good shielder. But the problem is that he has very little offensive utility, and Genshin is not a game where characters can be good with just defensive utility, unfortunately. Which leaves Toma in a spot where he's a good shielder, but he's not a good unit. He's still usable, right? His C6 gives you a small normal charge and plunge attack buff, and he's Pyro, which means that any team that uses Bennett gets Pyro Resonance if you use him as your defensive unit. And because of that, Toma ends up seeing some play in Kanich teams, in Lion teams, in Wanderer teams sometimes. And he can be pretty nice in those teams, but he's not particularly amazing. And the results will be noticeably worse than if you're using a unit focused on damage. One nice thing for Klein specifically is you get to use Calamity of Eshu. Alright. How much crit is Eshu again? It's 16, right? Crit rate equal minus 0.8. 1.08. Crit damage equal 0. Oh, no. Minus 0.16. Yeah. Finale. It's like 70k? 71k? Eshu is a pretty major upgrade over Finale of the Deep. So when you look at free-to-play weapons, Toma enabling good uptime on Eshu actually matters a lot.
The world remains constant over the centuries. But life is
For
like a
Chlorine
deep
specifically.
well or a bubble rising through
Which
water.
actually does put him in the pretty decent unit territory. Because now he's not just giving you a little bit of damage percent, power resonance, and a shield. He's also giving you a lot of stats through enabling Eshu. But he's still not better than the more offensive focus units. And finally, we have Sarah. Sarah's not a very good unit. Her attack buff does not last for very long. It only lasts for 6 seconds. You can miss the attack buff because it doesn't apply to active character. It applies to characters that are inside the AoE of her abilities. And if your characters move, sometimes you'll move outside of it. It's actually something that I noticed a lot when I tested Sarah with Verissa teams. Very often, Verissa's like enemy tracking made her move so much that it would put her outside of Sarah's AoE when the things exploded, so you would just miss that. And Sarah's a unit that's very Constellation dependent. Her C6 gives 60 electro crit damage, and without this, she's like a really bad damage buffer, even without accounting for her uptime. When you have it, though, she is pretty decent at buffing. It's just mainly the uptime that can be a problem. But that problem gets not removed, but heavily alleviated when you're using units that either can swap out often, like Verissa, or that have a relatively short uptime, like Chlorinde or Raiden. Which means that Sarah is a viable unit in Chlorinde, Raiden, and Verissa teams. But she'll be a lot harder to play than your alternatives. Because your rotations will change a lot if you want to go refresh your buffs at the right times. Except for Raiden, where you only have to activate it once. But funnily enough, Sarah is actually one of the units that gains the most from co-op. Because what are the downsides to her buff? Bad uptime only applies to the active character. Well, guess what? In co-op, you get full uptime on it, and every character is an active character. Which means you actually get full value from her buff in co-op. And that makes her an actually pretty decent unit in co-op. She's not like insane broken, because at the end of the day, she herself doesn't have that much damage. But she is an actually pretty good one. But if you really, really like Sarah, rejoice for co-op gameplay. And that's it for the characters. I'd say that overall, this character banner is not the best. Lynette, pretty underwhelming for most people. If you don't particularly like her, if you're only caring about meta stuff, Lynette is worse than other Animo units as a support, and also worse than other Animo units as a carry. So she's pretty bad. Toma can be a fine defensive option on specific carries teams. At the very least, one of those teams is a Kniech, and Kniech is on banner, so at least it makes sense for him to be there. He also can be used on Raiden teams, but I think that's a little bit more sus because Raiden already has infinite resistance to interruption in her burst, and Eshu is not a polearm. So it's mostly Kniech for the on-banner characters. And then Sarah, obviously not very good with Kniech, but she's alright with Raiden. If you're a Kniech player, these supports aren't really great for you. So if you're someone who considers going for characters constellations, you like Kniech, you already have him, and you're wondering if you should go for constellations now or wait for a rerun, it's very likely that the next banner will be better because this one isn't very good. For Raiden, Sarah's pretty much always going to be with her, so it's mostly about the other two, and they're also not the best. So overall, pretty underwhelming banners for sure. Next, let's talk about the weapon banner. So obviously we've got Kniech and Raiden's respective signature weapons, Fang of the Mountain King and Engulfing Lightning. The 4-star weapons, we have Stringless, Lion's Roar, Dragon's Bane, Fav Greatsword, and Eye of Perception. Eye of Perception, pretty bad. Fav Greatsword, nice to have, but honestly, there's not that many Claymore characters that want to use Fav, so out of the Fav weapons, it's arguably the worst one. Dragon's Bane, good for EM Raiden, we're pogging. Good for Hu Tao, I guess, but... Lion's Roar, honestly, not very good anymore. Finale's just too powerful, which makes Lion's Roar just kind of ass in comparison. Stringless, pretty decent option on a few characters. Stringless is by far the most appealing weapon on this 4-star lineup, but honestly, it's not that great either. This 4-star lineup is really bad. Significantly below average. And then the 5-star weapons. Kniech's signature is obviously quite good on Kniech. The thing is, this is 101k-ish. $94k, $95k-ish. Kniech is one of the characters that has the smallest difference between his signature and the next best weapon for him that's been released recently. There's been pretty massive power creep in terms of signature weapons. And while Kniech's Sig is good, Maoika's Sig has a lot of its effects that work well with Kniech. Not all of them. You don't get full duration on it, for example. But it puts you in a situation where Fang of the Mountain King is better than the alternatives, but it's not that much better. And so, if you're considering getting upgrades for Kniech, while this is good, it's not your only option, and you won't be that far behind if you end up going for a signature for a different character and using it on Kniech when you play him. Which makes it a pretty low impact weapon. And to me, makes it much more important what else is on the banner, right? Because you might get engulfing on the way, and you are going to get a bunch of copies of these 4-star weapons. So the fact that the 4-star weapons are really bad, and that... Well, we'll talk about engulfing in a second. It creates a situation where, while his signature is good for him, and compared to the free-to-play options, it's a pretty big increase, you can also consider waiting for a banner that with something like Mawika's signature, and still end up with somewhat similar damage while having a weapon that also works well on other characters. Because Kniech's signature is dog shit on anyone other than him, right? Its whole passive is reliant on well, no, you know what? That's not true. That's not true. That's not actually true. I'm sorry. I forgot he gets stacks from skill too. In my mind, it was only burning. Yeah, whatever. It creates a situation where it's just one of the weapons you can get for Kniech. And so, if you have multiple Claymore characters you use as carries, and a different character that you use can't use this weapon well, maybe getting their signature, and sometimes using it on Kniech, will lead you to a more favorable outcome. So unless you really, really like Kniech specifically and only him, it's just okay. Engulfing is kind of a funny one. Engulfing is a really good weapon on Changlang. It's a good weapon on carry Raiden, but carry Raiden is worse than Hyperbloom, so unless you're a massive Raiden simp, that doesn't matter. And so engulfing is, honestly, to me, more appealing as a weapon for characters like Xiangling or characters like Escoffier even, than for Raiden herself. That means that if you use one of those characters and you currently don't have a good 5-star weapon for them, while I wouldn't recommend going for engulfing, the fact that engulfing is a second weapon for Fang of the Mountain King is pretty impactful for people that want to get Fang for Kniech. If you're a Kniech player who's choosing between the character banner and the signature banner, right? You're not sure if you want to go for C1 or R1. If you also play characters that use engulfing, I'd probably lean a little bit more towards R1 instead of C1. And that pretty much does it. This banner overall for Kniech players is okay if you want engulfing, but pretty bad if you don't. For Raiden players, Fang of the Mountain King is a pretty specific weapon, so not the best. Like I said earlier, character banner also not the best. This is one hell of a skip. One hell of a skip phase, let's just put it that way. This is gonna run along with Chronicled Wish. I recorded the video for Chronicled Wish a while ago now. It'll probably get posted before this one, or maybe a day after, I'm not sure. Honestly, I almost feel like the Chronicled Wish is better than the Vent Wish for this patch. That's saying something, because I wasn't all that positive about the Chronicled Wish video, or about the Chronicled Wish banner. Anyways, save your primos, get ready for Nog Cry, and don't spend money on this shit game. As usual, hope you learned a thing or two, hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay, business. Yeah, I'll tell the editors right now. Recorded banner review.
Backdrop of content.
There's new footage. Alright, let me take a look. Which one? Skirk Showcase in AoE? Interesting. What is that second one supposed to be? Oh, AoE. I see.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human
What the
life
fuck is this charge attack spam bullshit?
bubble rising through
Oh.
water. Transitory.
I wish they did an N3D showcase with Full Serpent Subtlety.
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see that tree?
Seems like frame perfect and 3D might be better than N5.
Demonstration is not required. Good.
I wonder how tight it's gonna be though. Is it finally time? Sure. I feel like there's not a lot of bosses here. That can't be all the bosses, can it? Is it? Wow, that's crazy. There's less bosses than I thought. Alright, let's do a boss design tier list, chat. First of all, the best bosses in the game. Oh, I kind of wish we had the weeklies too. That's fine. Best bosses in the game, no contest, by far, are the Regis Vines. It's not even close. Explain yourself. They're Electro one. The Electro one kind of sucks. They have stall mechanics, but the stall mechanics are things you can interact with. And the ways in which you can interact with the stall mechanics are interesting. The only problem with Regis Vines is that because they were released in 1.0, they have like 3 HP. Anyways. What's the best boss out of the remaining ones? Okay, this might be a hot take. This is definitely a hot take. I really like the Legatus Golem. The Legatus Golem has a lot of like really cool mechanics in my eyes. Geo check boss, but it's not a geo check, it's a blunt attack check. And yeah, geo attacks are all blunt, but you can get blunt attacks on non-geo characters. And its attacks are, one, really pretty and thematic. Two, easy to dodge, but dangerous if you don't dodge them. And three, actually interactive. I like this boss a lot. Another hot take. The Electro Hypostasis is kind of the GOAT. I don't think every boss should be a DPS check. I think that some bosses being really squishy, but with mechanics you have to like where like it's mostly focused on you making sure you dodge and then you do your damage in a short uptime window, is fine. And out of the hypostases, the Electro one feels the least RNG. Because it has a similar amount of time you can spend hitting it on a lot of its attacks. Also, the minigames with the attacks are fun. Do I want to put anything else in S? Honestly, I don't think so. Simon? No. Simon is not a good boss. Like, you gotta keep in mind, Simon is easy. But a boss just not being annoying, to me, is not enough to make them good. Simon isn't particularly annoying. Well, it can be annoying sometimes, but like, it's not the most annoying enemy. But it's also kind of a boring one. That's why I like the Electrocube and the Legatus Golem, because they're not boring. Yumkasor? Nah. Yumkasor manages to be both annoying and boring. Aeonblight Drake is fine in Overworld, but it's annoying for the Abyss version. The fact that it starts flying is kind of annoying. But it's not the worst. Maybe we can put it in B. I think there's only one more boss that I might consider putting in S. This is the Field Generator. Because it's kind of fun, and it can actually fucking kill you if you don't pay attention, and I like that. Like, there's not that many bosses that can actually kill you, unless you fuck up in a pretty major way. But the few that can are, I think, a little bit more fun. In general. You go ahead and put Oceanid in D. Okay. The purpose of this is to rank bosses for the upcoming boss-only endgame. And they would not put World Boss Oceanid in that. They would put Event Version Oceanid. The one where, like, it actually fights itself. So I won't be ranking just a bunch of fucking Hydro Mimics. I'll be ranking the Event Version Oceanid that you fight instead. Anyways, Triple Genki probably goes A. I think it would be completely fine if the Cryo one was not Cryo and was Hydro instead. Like, I don't mind getting one-shot because you got reacted in a Bennett buff, but I fucking hate getting affected with Cryo Aura permanently and having all of your attacks slowed down unless you bring Bennett. That's cringe as fuck. That's so fucking cringe, and it should not be a thing. AoE undodgeable cryo application should not be a thing that enemies are given. It's stupid as fuck. I hate it. Jean? But Jean doesn't even remove the fucking aura. You still get it. Alright, we can talk about the... what's it called, even? The Spirit Speaker. Is it a hot take that the Spirit Speaker is a good boss? I think it's a good boss. I like it. Yeah, I don't think it's a hot take. Alright, what's the worst boss in the game? Okay, the worst boss in the game is not in here. It's the Cryo Automaton. Cryo Automaton needs a tier for itself. Cryo Automaton is fine, but like, it's not. It's not that unpleasant to fight, but I think that a boss effectively forcing you to play a bunch of cryo units, because like one cryo unit isn't enough, by the way. It has to be more, like, at least 2. And a boss forcing you to use at least 2 cryo units is completely fucked up. You look at all the other bosses here, there's not a single one that actually forces you to have 2 characters of a specific element. The Cryo Automaton is the only one. Pyrocube? What do you mean? 1 is enough. Sure, you'll break the shield faster with more than 1, but you can still break the shield more than fast enough with 1. I will say, actually, the Dendrocube is up there as, like, one of the most dog shit boss designs. And I considering that the Cryo Secret Source Automaton isn't in this lineup, then maybe Dendrocube is the worst one here. Yes, let's make a boss that is immune to Dendro damage and give him a mechanic where you need to bring Dendro to deal with it. Yes, that's a great idea. I love that. Amazing. Amazing. Alright. What's the next worst boss in the game? Hydrocube is pretty dog shit. And Pyrocube is pretty bad. Hydro and Pyrocubes are the worst cubes by far. Like, honestly, Inazuma needs to stay away from geometry, okay? Never make a shape again. Never make a shape again. Please, I'm begging you. Why Hydrocubes is interactive and unique and has neat interactions with constructs? I fucking hate the Hydrocube because there is a significant difference in DPS windows between its different attacks, and its attacks are RNG. I think that bosses that require good RNG to not be fucking annoying as hell suck. It's fine for there to be some RNG, but the difference in, like, how much time you have to do your things in between the variations shouldn't be as high as it is for the Hydro Cube. Honestly, we probably need one more tier here, because there's a lot of, like, really tame bosses that are just whatever. But, whereas, like, these bosses I actively dislike. Alright. The Vishap couple. This is a great example of a boss that is annoying, but in a good way. I think it goes A for me. It's, like, it is annoying to fight, but it's annoying in a way where, like, you can deal with it by playing better. Yeah, not the overworld version. The overworld version sucks. Fuck those goddamn walls, okay? But the Abyss version. This is triple Kenki. Single Kenki is this one. Single Kenki probably goes in, like, low B. Single Genki that spawns in the back of the Abyss is A. Single Genki that spawns in the middle of the Abyss is B. Electro Regisvine is probably C. Conceptually, it's fine, but elemental shields that are positioned away from the base enemy's hitbox, where auto-targeted attacks will not target the shield, are stupid. Like, I want to hit the shield. Why are you auto-targeting somewhere else? Please stop. And if it wasn't for that, if the, like, tracking of the auto-targeting system changed to where the shield is, this boss would be here. It's a good boss otherwise. It's got some cool mechanics. I like it. But the targeting is ass. I'll be right back. Ugh. Chat. My legs are so fucking sore, man. Oh, guards. My hamstrings specifically are so fucking sore. Did you go running again? Yeah, like I had taken a break and I hadn't gone running in like a week and a half or 2 weeks. And then a few days ago I went running and I managed to finally do my whole route without stopping for the first time. And then the next day I did it again, and then the next day I did it again. And now my leg hurt. Now my leg hurt. Anyways. Alright, what other bosses fucking suck? Lava Dragon statue fucking sucks. Cryo hypostasis fucking sucks. Swan knee fucking sucks. Thunder manifestation fucking sucks. Cucosaur fucking sucks. Emperor of Fire and Iron fucking sucks. Seahorse fucking sucks. I think that's it. Ruined Serpent fucking sucks. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, the Secret Source Automaton has grown on me. I'm sorry, it has. I think it's like high B now. Because you can climb up, yeah. Unironically, the main reason why it's grown on me is because I've gotten pretty good at climbing up with Chevreuse. And every time I do it, there's a new shatter that's like, oh my god, how is he so good? And it strokes my ego, and I feel good. So yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Geohypostasis I don't dislike. I don't know why everyone was saying it's the worst one earlier. Why do you guys not like it? It's kind of pog, actually. Probably goes like low A for me. I guess it is kind of dumb to have geo-immune enemies that require blunt attack, so maybe it's B. Sure, let's put it in B. Coppelia and Coppelius? The thing is, I would not put Coppelia and Coppelius together. I think Coppelia is like C, low C. But Coppelius is probably A. He hates women, that's true. That's true. Let's put it in B to balance things out. Animal hypostasis! It's whatever. Alright, C tier is for bosses that kind of suck, but they're not that bad. Like Golden Wolf Lord. We Not. Papilla. Stolper's probably B. How is We Not C? We Not, I think, is... People perceive We Not as a lot worse than it is. Because it's a lot worse than a lot of the other Sumeru bosses. But, like, we've had a lot of shit bosses released lately. If you look at the bosses I have below C tier, right? How many of them are bosses that have been put on floor 12 of Abyss and came out before We Not? 1, 2. 2 of them. Like, We Not was bad compared to the other ones when it came out. But they keep releasing garbage that's worse. Anyways, Primo of a Shop is kind of just boring. Probably goes in C. Simon is pretty boring and janky as fuck. Event Oceanid is pretty cool. Yumgasor is pretty boring. Jade Plume Terrorshroom is kind of annoying. Probably like low C. PMA, probably middle C. And Baptist, really high B. I like the Baptist, actually. Pretty good. Weekly bosses next. Do you have a link? I'm too lazy to look it up myself. Terrorshroom is easy as fuck, but it's a good boss. I disagree. Yes, it will be a 1 out of 3 chance that he decides to fucking run to the other side of the Abyss and then run back, and is gonna take 20 seconds, and good luck doing anything during that time. I think that's stupid as fuck. A 33% chance to lose 20 seconds for no reason is dumb as hell. Stall mechanics can be implemented in interesting ways, but it being RNG and sometimes it just doesn't happen, to me is stupid as fuck. Alright, weekly bosses tier list. What is the best boss? I mean, I don't think my thoughts have changed on this. I still think this boss is the best. I think the Arlecchino boss is the next best one, probably. The new one would be P if it wasn't for the freeze requirement. I agree. I actually... Outside of the freeze requirement, I like this boss more than the Scaramouche boss. It's an amazing boss. It's got some really cool mechanics, and it's really fun. The sound design in the boss fight is great. The voice acting is great. Everything is great. Except the freeze requirements. Scaraboss is so boring. The problem with the Scaraboss is that it's too squishy. Because the best part of the fight, by far, is phase 1. But you don't have to deal with any of the mechanics because it just dies instantly. But phase 1, when you actually like don't one-shot it, is amazing. It's such a good boss fight. It's so fun. But it just dies to a wet noodle, so yeah. Alright, what's the worst weekly boss? I don't even need to fucking think. God, this is... What a shit boss this is. This is not even close. God, it's so bad. Fucking hell, it's so fucking bad. It's so dog shit. I think it needs a tier by itself. Complete fucking trash. Alright, then, other than that, the worst one is probably Dvalin. With Signora being pretty ass, too. Here is great. I disagree. I think the phase change mechanic is pretty interesting. Maybe it's above Dvalin because of that. But the phase, like the last phase is so bad. Last phase is just so bad, man. The fire tornado is just, yeah, it's so honest. Okay, this might be a hot take. Actually, I know this is a hot take. Aja has a good boss. The annoying part of Ajaha is that it's pretty long cutscenes. But the only reason why that's actually annoying is because it's so squishy that you end up spending more time in cutscenes than fighting it. Which means that if it was tankier, right? As long as you're underinvested, if this game wasn't for fucking 3-year-olds, like the actual boss design for Aja is amazing. I really like it. Alright, a pep is probably... C. It's okay. It's fine. It's just harmless. Phase 2 sucks? I don't think it sucks that much. It sucks if you bring a single target team, but like, you know what the second phase is. Why are you bringing a single target team, dumbass? You ranked up at S tier last time? I mean, that's possible. Thoughts change over time sometimes. Wolf Lord. You know what? Maybe we should do this. And the order is still the same, but Wolf Lord is a lot better, or not Wolf Lord, fucking Andreas, whatever. It's a lot better than Dvalin, but a lot worse than Signora. Whale is probably on a similar level, honestly. It works. Phase 1 is kind of shit. Phase 2 and Phase 3 are fine, but Phase 1 is dog shit. Outside of the fire tornado, do you dislike Senor? No, no. It's just the fire tornado that really annoys the fuck out of me. Child! Child is okay. Honestly, Child is just a little boring. Child is just a punching bag, yeah. Raiden! Probably here. I've warmed up to Raiden over time. Raiden has 0 stall. What? He's got a good amount of stall. Anyways. And then finally, okay, unironically, the freeze mechanic sucks ass for this boss, but the rest is so fucking good that I think it still makes A. God, it's such an amazing fucking fight. Why do they have to do that freeze mechanic? Why? Why? I'm gonna go do the fight for fun right now.
The pleasure is all mine. Silence!
Let the world come alive!
Fuck you, I guess.
Fulfill our pact! A dash of frosting! The pinnacle back!
Let the mighty be humbled. Bow your head.
King and Queen should present a united front.
Settle down.
Shower me with praise!
King and
Time to
Queen to
shine!
present a united front.
Goose on the loose!
Deuce on the loose!
Silence.
By the way, chat. Do you know that if you just stand there, they don't attack you, so you can wait your cooldowns?
Bow your head.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in song! Get to work! A little amuse-bouche! A burst of...
Be sanctified. Settle down. My power is immense.
Just don't get stuck in the barrel.
Bow your head.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Fulfill our pact! A dash of
It is
frosting!
time
The
to
pinnacle of
slay our
excellence!
foes with one almighty
This calls for some
strike.
pomp and ceremony.
Let the mighty be humble.
Good lord.
Silence.
I've lost your mind.
Where were we?
Let us dance, my dear.
Let us
Try to remember the
dance,
steps
my
this time.
dearest.
Oops. I thought I had memorized.
So good, man. I can't go that high. Yeah, thank you for the raid, ready?
The symphony of cannon fire.
A
blast is quite
symphony of
enough.
cannon fire! Fruit.
And now,
Settle down.
towering
Get to work.
return to
A
form.
little moose boosh!
Oh no! Sorry, my dear.
Ah,
The curtain call has arrived.
Did I just make him murder his wife? I didn't know that could kill her. He just says sorry, my dear. Oh, that's so funny, man. What the fuck? Maybe it deserves S tier because of that, actually. Oh my. Alright, there's no more voice acting though.
Silence.
My god. Yeah, there should be an achievement for that. It's so real. Actual shatter use in boss fight, true. It's fine, he's a king, he'll just marry her sister. Okay, dude. What the fuck, man?
add Astra.
Bro,
Thank you for
why?
add Astra.
Dude. Man. Why? Where's the lie? Man.
Let's take a look. There will definitely be something
Alright. Sorry, my dear. Yeah. Yeah. Inspiration time? Maybe. Is it time to go to Chenyu Vale? We're not done with Fontaine. But we're done with, like, the big stuff in Fontaine. We don't have all the waypoints yet, right? I want to at least get all the waypoints. this. Yeah, I'm missing one waypoint in either Ernius or Mocht. Let me open the interactive map. I'll go to Fontaine. There's supposed to be one here. What? How do you get there? Gotta go from the boat. Okay. Yep, boat. Let's actually have in-game volume.
Hurry up, Brassa!
What the fuck is this tree doing, man? Fuck you.
Hurry up, Brassa!
Supposed to talk to this lady. Hermanjeet. Okay. Would you like to hear a secret about the treasure? No, I'm good. Wait. How many tables are there in the Rusty Rudder? How many employees do we have? And what is not served? I'll look it up. three Romeritum flowers. Cool. Where the fuck did she go?
Are these edible?
Running late again.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Bring it! Hi!
Are these edible?
Are these edible? Sorry. Oh, you gotta activate this with like the resonant thingies, don't you? The fuck is this? Can I not go down here? No, I can't. Okay. Where the fuck did the Sealy go? Over there. Alright. Wait, no, it's over here. There's multiple. Oh, I could have just taken that mushroom, huh? That's fine. there. What in the hell? What? The fuck was that? Bro, let me climb, please. How do I reset it? Am I not supposed to reset it? Did I get it? Did I do the right thing by accident? I think I might have.
So shiny.
Holy. Oh, so shiny.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items.
But I'm still so far, man. Fuck. We're still only at 79. But I went to all the waypoints and used my compass and it doesn't show anything anymore. So I guess I got an interactive map if I want to keep going.
Into your possession.
Man. Please move cam? Sure. Do that. Some of them are hidden behind quests? Yeah, I imagine. Alright, should we do the passive stuff? Yeah, we should. Let me put Farina on the team instead of Nevilette so I can deal with the mechanisms more easily. There's supposed to be one right over here. Fuck you. He died to that? What a weak motherfucker. What the hell? Where am I even supposed to bring it? Oh, it's probably inside, huh? Yeah. Just this. Okay. Yeah, let's just fucking use the interactive map and do everything here. Fuck it.
Kapow! Hi!
Have I done this? Or not? Okay, maybe we'll come back to this one later. When you first entered the area? That's what I thought, but I'm not sure.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. Running late again.
Okay, so we gotta go. Like. Oh yeah, aren't there a bunch of treasure maps here? There are, right? Where do I find them? Are they in quest items? Probably, right? Okay, apparently there's a fight here.
Running late again.
Is it this? No. It's supposed to be here. Oh. Hi, Davy Smith. Talking.
The wrong test subject.
Wait, we get another Liam's Ballad? Oh. Wait, what? That's the same thing. Why is it still here? The map's transformed, but it's literally the same spot. So no, it doesn't seem like it does. It just changed the name, did it? Oh, you followed and found the treasure. Okay. Okay. It tells you which ones you found and which ones you haven't. I'm gonna go to the boat and only light the torch that is set upon the land. This was the boat, right?
Get back on track.
Okay, I'm guessing it's talking about these torches. But it seems like more than one of them are on land, so we gotta reread this. Maybe this isn't considered land.
I can keep drinking.
Serena, please. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, that's clearly set on the land, right? But there's only 2 torches.
Shower me with praise.
I'm very confused. Are there supposed to be 4?
Time to roll.
Maybe they're further away? Or maybe I'm just blind.
Bring it.
You guys think that's the right angle? Oh wow, it's a lot further than I thought it was. Oh, we still got it, I guess.
There's a lot of good.
That's clearly a chest. Oh, I have to wait until they're all the right. Never mind. Why can't I activate it again? Is there another chest to find? Maybe not. I don't know. Let's go back and try to find the torches.
Hurry up, Brassa!
What's this?
Hurry up, Brassa!
Where the fuck are the torches? Okay, maybe this isn't considered on land. Oh, that's a torch, right?
Rise with the sun!
Oh.
Are these edible?
Oh. Okay. Parker's hopes. Key to finding the surprise in the eyes of that fish. Here. Chat, what do you think about fish eyes? You know, when I was a kid, for some reason, I really liked eating fish eyes. Couldn't tell you why.
Let engraved names echo! Hurry up, Brassa!
Wait, was that the wrong one? Am I an idiot? No, it was the right one, it just didn't hit?
So shiny.
That's just
Play it
a
again.
block, right? That is. Okay, so there's supposed to be there's some fish eyes somewhere here. Oh, there's an Oculus too. French people really are Satan's strongest soul. Okay, buddy. Am I just supposed to go that way? I guess so. Look. I'm looking. Look at the ground. Where? At the beach? Oh, that's supposed to be a fish? That does not look like a fish, dude. What the fuck? That is not a fish, dude. And they fucking let me dash. Electrocharge damage. Cooked. Okay. So... Athos's confession. Look for the thank you gifts he left on the beach between the waterfalls.
Grow out of.
On the beach between the waterfalls. Oh, there's a quest here.
Time to roll.
Let's grab the quest. Did you finish the Milzine call quest? Yeah, I did. We did that yesterday? Day before? Not sure. Raymondo leaves in a hurry. Okay, buddy. Go below? I mean, I think that's where I'm supposed to go anyways, right? To go between the waterfall. Between the waterfalls on the beach.
Running late again.
I guess it's there. Probably. Maybe right here. Sick.
So shiny.
Do you get something if you do all of them, by the way? Surely, right? Yeah? Okay, cool. You do the banner review? Yes, sir. Achievement? Is it really just an achievement? Okay, I don't care that much then. I was hoping for like a luxurious chest or an Oculus or something.
Let's roll. Heads up.
What the fuck is Shosivar doing?
Charge. Yeah.
He dodged. There's supposedly a fight. Here it's just straight east from the tower. I'm a little lost, actually. Why did the map not... Why does the map have the fucking big tower still there? It's at the bottom. It's here. Just go from there then. It's really funny that these guys are like 2 HP.
Kapow! Bring it. Charge.
the wrong
shiny.
test subject.
They've got all them outside already. Ooh.
Running late again.
Oh, wait. What? Wait, did that give me enough? No, it's because this is mouthed. Okay, never mind. This is gonna be annoying, isn't it?
Hero incoming! Look out below!
I'm an idiot.
Kapow! Strike a pose!
That looks like something I haven't done yet. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
How brilliant!
Oh, am I supposed to target those things? Fuck you.
It's justice o'clock!
No? Is it not aiming properly, or what? It looks like it is. That's clearly just not the right thing. Like, what are you doing? I don't get it, chat.
Get back on track!
Never mind, I do get it, chat. I'm a genius, chat.
Did that grow out of the ground? Running late again. Ah. Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me.
Oh, okay, that's 100% in muff. Let's fucking go. Huge. Huge, huge.
Hurry up, Grassa!
Which region have you had the most fun exploring so far? Natlan, probably. Well, okay. 1.0 was the most fun exploration, but now, like, outside of just no, it was Dragonspine, sorry. The thing is, like, all that stuff came so early in the game that it was still, like, novel and shit. So I don't know if the exploration was actually... Well, Dragonspine was better. Yeah, okay, it's just Dragonspine. Dragonspine is just the GOAT. It's amazing. Look for Kovo.
Here I go! Running late again.
What the fuck? Where the hell is bro? You went past him? I did. Maybe it's one of the drunkards? Oh, it is. Based. I was trying to look for his name. Why the fuck is bro? Who do you think you are? Buddy, you're not from that one. You can't defeat me. Sorry. I have to follow Kovo. Riveting gameplay. I like how the forced walk is only when you're next to him. It was quite a long quest, so be it. It'll take a while to complete then.
Headbutt!
Oh. Okay, we just gotta... You can't speedrun thinking? Oh yeah, I just did. I just did. What is bro doing? Displaying my talent. Holy speed is bro Sherlock Holmes. What the fuck? Sherlock Holmes. For who? Me when I'm Sherlock Holmes. Stealthily? I wonder if it counts as stealthily if you one-shot them and they never aggro you. I really want to try. I don't think I can one-shot them, though, without chill out and buff active.
Oof!
Oh, she doesn't enter her fiery passion if you're not in combat. Yeah, never mind. It won't happen then.
What?
Just Moika Burst. I don't think I can get close to them to Moika Burst without them aggroing me. Also, now that I've already followed it for the whole thing, I don't want to have to redo this.
Light of the blazing sun!
Yeah, it doesn't one-shot him anyways right now.
Yeah! Hut! Tch. It's justice o'clock! Ow, ow, ow! Hero incoming! Oof! It's justice o'clock!
Fuck you.
Yeah! Yeah! Hut! Charge!
There wasn't even a chest here, so I wasted my time. Cooked.
Time to roll!
Bro, what do you... Edwin Eastinghouse. What kind of name is that? Is it because Arrhenius is in the east of Fontaine?
Running late again.
Wonder what this is all about. Maybe it's something I've already done. probably. Well, that's not what I was trying to do, but okay. I might as well. Yeah, no. Definitely something I've already done.
Kapow!
Oh. 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 Oh.
Let's roll.
Oh. How the fuck have I never seen this, by the way? It's so, like, obvious.
Running late again.
I need an octopus. Where the hell? Wasn't there a thingy in the shell? There was? Oh, there was. Huh. Sick. Where the fuck is an octopus, though? Okay, what does this do? So what am I supposed to do with this? Because I'm supposed to bring it somewhere specific. I gotta figure out where that is. It was there. I guess I'm just fucking talented. What the hell? Dude, what? I thought it'd have to be at a specific point, but no, it was just at the end. I think that might just be the exploration goat, man. What the fuck? I bet you've never seen someone with as much exploration talent as I have. Oh, what the fuck?
Smash down. Smash down.
That's what I wanted to do.
Look out below. Kapow! Kapow! It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Yeah! Charge!
Oh, I guess we can just take this.
Bring it! Oof! Hero incoming!
Insane. Why is Shilona in Veracity? Because Shilona can climb up walls. Why else? Okay. There has to be at least one chest in here, right? There's no shot there's a whole ass sub area with literally nothing in it. Right? There might not be a chest here, chat.
Hurry up, Brassa!
I think there's no chest here. That's cooked. You reload the area, there's a local legend, I see. I can't be bothered. I'll go get it at some point. You got a heck ton of quests. It's a lot better than it used to be, though. I've been slowly but surely chipping away at the quest log.
Hero incoming!
Oh, there's a chest here. Sick.
Running late again. Headbutt! Hi! Yeah! Yeah! Heads up! Charge! Yeah! Oh, so shiny.
So shiny! Oh, there's a chest here, too. How the fuck have I not gotten these chests yet? I'm, like, fairly certain I've gone everywhere, and whatever. You want Uzia? We already have Uzia, right? What the fuck is that? That's something I need to... whatever. Can I go this? Please shut the fuck up. My god.
Being too pop. Hurry up, Brassa!
Fuck! Interrupting women? Yeah. Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Did that grow out of the ground?
Wait. Fuck. Please de-aggro. Surely I'm far enough for you to de-aggro. Thank you. Do I have to, like, actually open the camera to face Academic Assembly Hall? Okay, I guess that worked. Yes.
Heads up!
Heads up! Alright. The letter quest completed. Plus 31k. Let's go back to the quest that got interrupted by a letter. An expected lie. I think with that, that'll be the last one we do today.
What?
Oh. Is that it? Is there a follow-up? There isn't. Oh. Like 40k. I think we'll stop there then. Hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay today. I have a video to post, so as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
But if you're too lazy, I understand.
Weeding, fertilizing the soil,
It's gonna be
making sure the
post-release.
temperature is right.
Has been
Most important.
posted, as usual. Yep.
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
You did exclamation mark new vid too early, but anyways, here's a link. Go watch it, leave a like, comment, subscribe. I'll see you guys tomorrow.